to be crowned champions in Oslo in May.
It's only match week 2, but already this feels like a very big game.
Make no mistake, the pressure is on.
Jotty Olmer, Ellertoon, Trinalina Rolfer! It's a great save by Schluter. Might be Schanzer, it is Schanzer with a first ever Champions League goal. Well, just take a look at this.
Our Champions League coverage begins at Old Trafford this evening, with Manchester United looking to make it 3 wins from 3 as they welcome Paris Saint-Germain on match day 3. The Red Devils arrive at the Theatre of Dreams a few days on from their first league defeats of the season. Before that, boss Mark Skinner said his side were playing the best football they have ever played, and he'll be hoping they can get back to winning ways this evening and continue their perfect start to their Champions League campaign. For the visitors, it's a very different story. Paris Saint-Germain have lost both of their opening games and already conceded 6 goals so far. They'll need to turn that form around this evening, and they'll be hoping goalkeeper Mary Earps produces a huge performance as she returns to Manchester to face her former side for the very first time. Subplots are plenty. It's a huge night for both sides, and kick-off between Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain is coming up in just under 15 minutes' time. Here then is what's already happened on match day 3. Yesterday in Austria, Chelsea ran out 6-0 winners against St Paulson, with Sam Kerr grabbing 2 goals for the Blues. Lyonnais get 3 wins from 3, beating Wolfsburg. Earlier today, 3 times champions Barcelona beat Leuven, and reigning champions Arsenal lost 3-2 away at Bayern Munich. That's despite leading 2-0 in that game. Here's then what it means for the league table. Barcelona top of the pile after winning all 3 of their games so far. Chelsea a 3rd behind Lyonnais. Manchester United are 6th, and look at that, tonight's visitors PSG are down in 16th and in desperate need of points. And I'm pleased to say, joining me on a glorious night here in Manchester, Steph Horton and current Villa and former Manchester United midfielder Lucy Staniforth. Lucy, firstly, your side beat Manchester United at the weekend, but United have had such an impressive start to the season, particularly in Europe, haven't they?
Absolutely. I think since the formation of Manchester United, it would have been a big aim for them to be in competitions like this and competing, and they've done just that in 2 games that they probably feel like they needed to get points in, because I know they've got a tough run of fixtures following those 2 games. But yeah, they started off extremely well. I think that, you know, to get a 1-0 win in their first game would have given them so much confidence, but to come through this game and have been able to play with 10 men, you know, it's real credit to them and would have given them so much confidence going forward.
What's impressed you about them so far, Steph?
I think for me, when you look at Manchester United, they've been clinical in both boxes. I think they don't really concede that many goals, many chances, but I think up the other end, they're sharing a lot of the goals out amongst them front players. There's not one specific player that they're really relying on. Obviously, Jess Park moved from Manchester City in the summer and scores worldy goals. I think for me, the differences in goals are scoring from all different areas. There's not one certain type of goal that they do, and we know that Man United, when they are given chances in and around these areas, that they're able to finish. And I think for me, especially against PSG tonight, they have to be really, really clinical and ruthless.
Have they got the depth to go far in this competition?
That's my only worry with Manchester United, is if they pick up a few injuries in them forward positions, I think it's hard to kind of replace them players. I mean, you look at the bench today and Ellertoon's not starting. She's a player that can come on impact, but I think Mellen Mallard has been unbelievable this season in terms of what she's brought, and obviously then you've got Turlin that's on the bench. So I think for me, injuries is always a worry, but ultimately I think that's my only question mark about Manchester United.
Well, let's cut to the chase. There is plenty of excitement around the Manchester United attackers, but understandably, all eyes will be on the PSG keeper, Mary Earps, today. She returns to Old Trafford for the first time. She got a really good reception when she came out to warm up. She's been speaking after a difficult few weeks with Emma Sanders.
I was at Manchester United for 5 years, and yes, I wish certain things would have happened a little bit differently. I felt it was the best thing to do, to start a new chapter. It was very sad to leave. I look back with really, really fond memories.
Manchester United are playing Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. I mean, it had to be
written in the stars, some might say. From the moment they qualified, I knew that it would happen. To go back to Old Trafford, special place, with so many amazing memories. Manchester United are in incredible form. Fallon's in great form as well. I mean, so many players. Maya, Jess Park, Tooney, like, you know, they're having a really good time. Melvine as well. I think she's looking forward to meeting up with her French pals. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that it's a really special night. I hope that it's a really great game. Yeah, beautiful Champions League nights. What a privilege. Tooney and I, we exchanged a few messages right away. And obviously I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces. Most importantly, I hope it's a brilliant game.
Oh, brilliant save, Thomas Joyce. That was travelling.
Thomas Joyce made a phenomenal save.
I think she's a great goalkeeper. Very hard-working. She makes incredible saves, takes crosses. When we work on the pitch, we're quite like intense and focused. That was my experience. Obviously, it was a different dynamic back then, and she's grown since then. You could see that also through the season that I was working with her. Like you could see that the build that was happening, and I think she's doing a fantastic job at Manchester United. And I always love to see goalkeepers really perform, and she's doing that.
Yeah, you can speak English. We've been practicing.
You're obviously going to be on the opposite team to Manchester United this time around. What sort of reaction are you expecting from the fan base? Because it was difficult for them to process your departure, wasn't it?
I have no idea. I hope that it will be nice. I'm probably expecting a little bit of booing, probably. I hope that it's a little bit, but it might be a lot. I hope that it's a great game. I hope that it's really enjoyable. It's an incredible stadium, two incredible teams, whatever happens, but I have no idea what the reception will be. You'd have to ask them. They've probably got a good idea.
Yeah, well, I've got a good idea, Mary. I was out here and she did get a good reception, as I said, as she went inside. But Steph, aside from what's been happening in the last few weeks to Mary off the pitch, how much will she want her football to do the talking tonight? How will she be feeling?
I think that's the main thing, is about performance tonight. I think coming back to your old club, I think when you've experienced that as a player, you do get nervous, you want to impress and you want to kind of justify the move to PSG. But I think, look, there's no hiding away about Mary and her goalkeeping skills and what she's done for Manchester United in the 5 years that she'd been here.
It's not really the conditions for goalkeepers tonight, though, is it, out here in the rain? But what are you expecting from her? You knew her, you played here with her at Manchester United and England.
I think Mary thrives on these kind of occasions. You know, she's played in front of big crowds. She's used to taking that pressure and responsibility. So I'm sure she'll love nothing more to put on a fantastic display tonight.
There was a lot said about the move when she did leave Manchester United. Lots of talk where she was going to go. She's ended up at PSG. She played 22 of 24 league matches for them last season. Has it been a good move for her, do you think?
I think it's hard to say. I think probably Mary's motivation for moving to PSG was to experience something different. She'd been at Manchester United for 5 years, and I think for her she's been able to have a new place, a new life, and really enjoy that. And from a footballing perspective, like you say, she's playing regularly for a top team in France. So
do you agree, Steph?
Yeah, I think sometimes when you get to a stage in your career, and now the girls have got more opportunities to go move and try different countries and different ways of football, and I'm sure a big pull for PSG was for Champions League, and this is probably a perfect kind of story for Mary to come back to her old club.
OK, well, we'll hear more from that interview with Emma Sanders and Mary Earps at half-time. Plenty of other questions asked in that interview too, but let's now hear from the Manchester United head coach. Mark Skinner has been speaking with Betty Glover.
Mark, Old Trafford, under the lights, PSG in the Champions League. This must have been what you were dreaming of when you took over this job.
It really is. And I said to the players tonight, it's about enjoying a piece of history. And I've grown up on Manchester United's men's team in the Champions League. And tonight it's great to see our team in the Champions League. And another page of history for our fantastic club. So go and embrace it, go and enjoy it. We've got a fantastic team we're playing against. It'll be really hard, but let's go and embrace every second of it.
It's good advice. Now, you come into this on the back of your first defeat in the league at the weekend. What sort of response do you want to see from your players?
I want to see, so I've asked them to be present and energetic. And I think we weren't that against Villa, and that was unlike us. So, you know, every team, you don't go perfect through the season. And so I've asked them tonight to embrace every minute, stay alive and make decisions in kind of comfort and freedom, but also enjoy the fact that we're the best team. I believe that we're the best team And so we need to play like one tonight because we're playing a very great team of kind of individual qualities. So we need to be at our best as a group. And if we can do that, we can make history for ourselves.
Mark, I'm going to let you get inside because you're ruining your hair.
Enjoy.
I can tell him it's only going to get wetter out here in the dugout at Old Trafford. Time now to hand you over to your commentary team for this huge game at Old Trafford. Women's Champions League is back on the BBC, and talking you through it, Lindsay Johnson and first Steve Wyeth.
It wouldn't be a significant Mancunian occasion without such conditions. What a landmark and monumental night it promises. Manchester United so far, but nothing can be taken for granted. No doubt about the player who will be the focus of the spotlight, the returning Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper. Well, changes of huge significance for Manchester United, 4 of them from the side that won in Madrid. Fallon Tullis-Joyce has a knock, so Safia Middleton. Last 2 appearances. Lindsay, significant changes on both sides, so what do you make of them?
Yeah, massive, particularly for Manchester United. I know they've got a couple of enforced changes, with Janssen sending off in the last game and George slotting in that centre-back position, but for me, Tullis-Joyce is a massive miss for Manchester United, and Safia Middleton Patel stepping into those shoes. That's a big night for her. She's got some big gloves to fill there, and obviously Alatoon not starting tonight for Manchester United. Such a creative, experienced player. Simi Awoju fitting in for her. So big players for Manchester United. Miss them, but they'll be up for this game tonight. At Old Trafford, Champions League. You know, this is what football's made for.
Well, it is an historic night that Manchester United hope will live long in the memory. The first ever Women's Champions League tie to be played at this famous venue. Can Manchester United make it 3 wins out of 3 in this season's competition? Or will their illustrious visitors from Paris get their first points of the campaign? Chibadi with her first efforts to unsettle Sandberg. Isabella forward. Knocked on by Lukta. Paris do have a point to prove after a couple of disappointing results, albeit against 2 of the very best in the business.
Yeah, they obviously had that opening game loss to Wolfsburg, a big 4-0 loss. However, you know, some wasteful opportunities in that game for PSG, and they followed the same in that Real Madrid game. They were all over Real Madrid until, you know, they had 1 shot on goal, Real Madrid, in that first half and scored from it, and then they're on the back foot. So they've got a point to prove tonight. They need to get a win to stay in the Champions League hunt.
Well, it's a mixture of boos and jeers for the first involvement within the game for Mary Earp. She was expecting a few boos. She hoped it wouldn't be too many. I think she's got an answer there.
I think the crowd are playing up to this, you know, because they were cheering her before the game.
In from Chibadi, it's a useful looking cross and a bit of a scramble defensively for United before Rofa gets the ball further clear. The pressure has not yet been extinguished, and my goodness, Middleton Patel didn't get to the shot from Echegini, who's within a width of the post from giving Paris Saint-Germain the lead.
Yeah, she picks that ball up in midfield here. 2 touches and it strikes it with venom into that far left corner. Safia Middleton just couldn't get a touch on it. How that didn't then ricochet into the back of the net, I do not know.
Well, the 21-year-old Welsh goalkeeper would have expected PSG to test her early on, and it was very nearly a significant test.
Yeah, with the rain, you know, the rain on the pitch, that's going to make the ball zip. She's going to have to expect that. With that shot from Echegini, it just bounced, didn't it? Just in front of her. Really difficult shot for her to try and get a hand to.
Middleton Patel dealt well with the PSG pressure there. And United have managed to escape what was a significant scare.
Yeah, they started well, PSG. Like we said at the start, they need to get 3 points from this game tonight. But United also will want the 3 points, making it 3 from 3.
It's Gabrielle George, who started her first league game of the season at the weekend as United's unbeaten start came to an end against Aston Villa. Mala. Couldn't quite make the ball stick there, United. Just wonder how much this huge 8 days ahead for United had a bearing on the outcome against Villa at the weekend. PSG tonight, the derby with Manchester City at the weekend, and then Wolfsburg in the middle of next week in the Champions League. It's about as tough a run as it comes.
You're right, and there's, you know, there's always talk about United's depth in their squad as well. Have they got the depth in their squad, the numbers in the squad to compete on all 4 fronts?
Letitia for Rivière. Park. Dispossessed, and now one of those who's having to retreat as PSG threaten. Kachawi. Ajibari. Look at the shrug of Sandberg. We've got a touch, but it will be a goal kick. The last little flick It's off the PSG player.
Just seeing a replay here. I think the referee probably got that right. Did it come off Ajibaji's toe? It's gone in Man United's favour anyway.
Well, there's the man in the middle of your picture who's made the big calls tonight, Mark Skinner. Will perhaps feel as though he has got to test just what the depth of his squad is like. We're told that Toon and Turland are tactical decisions to leave them on the bench, although there was a little bit of talk that Toon might have been carrying a bit of a knock in training yesterday. Paulo Cesar, the 47-year-old Brazilian, is the man in charge of Paris Saint-Germain. Formerly played for 6 years with the men's side and won a Coupe de France with them in 2006. Mala, not quite the weight required for the run of Park, away by Mbok.
Great run from Mallard in that central area, really driving at the PSG defence. Tried that through ball, but Mbok able to just marshal that for PSG.
Paris Saint-Germain have not started like a team that's lost their opening 2 games. Looking to take the game to Manchester United, and they've won themselves a throw.
Yeah, they can't. They've got to get these 3 points for them if they want to go further in this Champions League. To lose 3 games, their first 3 games, that'd really be a struggle for them to get into those qualifying stages, those knockout playoffs.
They will argue that they've got their toughest games out of the way, and that there are enough points available to them between now and the end of the league phase to make sure they progress. Sander away for United to Mala. Ajibade away from Sander. Ajibade has made excellent progress, and it's a good recovery from Sandberg to apply the pressure.
Sandberg does enough, doesn't she? It was a great turn from Ajibade there. You just see she takes on a thigh, rolls Sandberg. Sandberg gets too tight to her, uses her body well, but really it's that final execution. Just seen that replay of that Echegini shot, really close.
What scored yet this season, Joe Echegini? Got 9 in all competitions for Paris last season. Letitia away from pressure and making progress, but perhaps taking on too much herself. Unfortunate that there was a misplaced pass that PSG didn't capitalise.
Yeah, Manchester United and May Letitia lucky, like you say, that PSG gave that ball away, wasteful. And in their 2 previous Champions League games against Wolfsburg and against Real Madrid, you'd have to say that about PSG. They create opportunities, they are wasteful in front of goal.
Sandberg trying to get the ball forward. Isabella was the Paris player well stationed. Rashida Ajibade. Olga Carmona. He's gone for the return pass. Olga in towards Lecter. Smothered by Middleton Patel. For the first time, PSG looking to get the ball to their leading goal scorer.
It's a really good break from PSG on that left-hand side. We've seen that from Olga Carmona for Spain throughout the years. So good at getting forward. There was an underlapping run. That's good for Safia Middleton Patel. She'll get some confidence for coming out and gathering that. Nice and brave.
Little Sandberg. Or George. Letitia, one of those who has been involved in every single game for Manchester United so far this season, and that's no mean feat considering it's already their 8th game of the Champions League campaign.
She's an ever-present, fantastic captain and leader, leads by example.
Sigliotti. Gonna go direct. First time we've seen Rolfo make a bursting run like that.
You'll not want to get Rolfo on the ball. She's got bags and bags of experience of Champions League, playing for Barcelona. A Swedish international, scored a great volley in their game against Real Madrid. They want to get her on the ball as well. Jess Park, who's having a fantastic season so far since I moved from Man City in the summer. Need to really get her on the ball as well.
Particularly sparkling in that recent 3-2 win over Brighton, wasn't she, Jess Park, who's not quite managed to win the ball on that occasion.
Yeah, she links up well with her teammates as well. Has a really good connection with Ella Toon. It's a shame she's not on the pitch, but hopefully for Manchester United, get to see her later in this game.
Mbot with the free kick, boomed out towards Ajibadi, who's relishing this opportunity to take on Sandberg again. And she's got the beating of the United left-back. For Mechikini. That is deflected behind for a corner kick.
Yeah, we've seen a good battle on this right-hand side for PSG. Man United's left-hand side between Sandberg and Ajibadi. Sandberg's working hard with their 1v1 duels.
Lecter with the corner. So hoping they're going to get another. But the position is goal kick.
Yeah, I'd like to see the replay. My first thought was it came off a PSG head. Just seeing the replay here. I thought it was a PSG head. So did the referee.
So did 17-year-old Ines Abail in one of the 4 changes to the PSG starting lineup this evening. She only made her debut for the club back in February. Glanced on by Rolfo. Here's Mala. Fiorellino Rolfo again.
Just struggling Manchester United to keep any sustained possession of the ball. A little bit of a battle at the moment with PSG.
Ajibadi. She goes again against Sandberg. He's made up good ground to win the ball back and get it clear. She was caught after the fact, but Mallard has the ball and United can break. It was Karchawi who managed to get something on the pass. Miyazawa. Good feet from Zigiotti. Here comes Ajibade again. Miyazawa standing in her way for the moment. Ajibade looking around for some assistance. Sandberg positions herself well to clear.
Yeah, I think Ajibade has every right to be frustrated with her teammates there. She's in acres of space, but she needed some support. You can see gesticulating, moving her arms, asking for support.
Mbot for Olga Carmona. Karchawi out of play.
Just in that phase of play before where Mallard was able to hold the ball up and work on that transition, I think they need to then move the ball out wide, use the flanks. It's really congested in those midfield areas. Use those wide players. Riviere likes to get high. See if she can join in.
Rolfo. To Sandberg. The ball has been in United's half considerably more so far than it has in the Paris half. Those full-backs have not had an opportunity to get themselves into attacking positions as yet. This is a Manchester United side that's won 4 of its last 5 games. And the confidence shouldn't be too dented by what happened at the weekend. Unexpected, but a defeat nonetheless at the hands of Aston Villa by a 1-0. Miyazawa for Sambe. George for Letitia, and this feels as though it's a deliberate ploy from United just to have a spell in possession of the ball. It's what's in their favour because Fridolino Rolfo's in a good attacking area now. He's still going. Araujo. Mallard. Part with her. What a chance this is. Eventually the shot is stunned behind. First serious threat of the evening from Manchester United.
That was a fantastic ball from Gabby George to Rolfo on this left-hand side. Just moving the ball, brilliant. Araujo used that body exceptionally well to hold off Paris Saint-Germain. But there, Jess Park just didn't have enough room, did she? Two defensive players for PSG closed it down, but that's their best piece of play so far, Manchester United.
It has resulted in a first Manchester United corner kick of the night. Letitia gets her head to the ball. Wasn't too far away from being on target either from Letitia. In fact, she perhaps thinks that it was.
The referee's just signalled there that it was a push, possibly by Maya Letitia. Can't see it myself on the replay. She definitely signalled for a push, the referee.
Manchester United, after those 1-0 wins over Vålerenga and Atletico Madrid, flex their muscle for the first time against Paris Saint-Germain. Towards Mallard, who was leading with her arm and could be in trouble here. Yellow card for the contact on Elisa Di Almeida.
Waiting to see this replay again. Just a chip ball in. I think it's a little harsh for Mallard. She's all eyes on the ball for me. She does, you know, just there, she jumps her arm, just plays, does hit Almeida.
United, of course, will still be smarting from the highly controversial decision that saw Dominique Janssen sent off in Madrid. The reason that she's not involved for United tonight. Mallard. Who this time gets the decision in her favour. Although once again there was contact on Di Almeida.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a mess there, and personally I think that the foul should have been given earlier in that phase of plays for Manchester United. The referee eventually gave it. Could have gone either way by that stage, in my opinion.
Jackie Gruenen is the one who's come off the worst on her return to Manchester United. One of those that Paulo Cesar turned to tonight. Jackie Gruenen, who has been involved in every single game for PSG this season. They are now 10 matches into their campaign. United have played 5 more. I wonder whether that might be a factor as well. Mark Skinner's side having to come through qualifying to make it through to the league phase. And so far, on her return to Manchester United, Mary Earps, 501 days after leaving the club, has not had a save to make.
Yeah, spotlight.
The Women's Super League action for you live on BBC One on Saturday from 1 o'clock. As Manchester United go to City in the derby, rounding up all of the action on Sunday evening at 9 with the Women's Football Show. You can listen to the BBC Women's Football Weekly podcast right now via BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts from. Premiership Women's Rugby action for you on Saturday afternoon. Red Button and iPlayer, Ealing Trailfinders against the Bristol Bears.
Yeah, spotlight definitely on Mary Earps tonight. She'll want to go through this game, you know, as easy as possible, and so far not had a save to make.
Carmona for Lucter. Echegini. Karchawi loses out to Park. A roar of approval. Arujo. Sandberg. Just a sense that United are growing into the task.
I agree. I think that last phase of play where they managed to win that corner has given them confidence.
Miyazawa. Arujo trying to get it back to Rolfo. Ajibadi. Lucter. George had followed the PSG striker all the way back into her own half. Good pressure that from Manchester United. Miyazawa. Mala. Once again on only into the arms of Mary Earps. Leticia. Melvin Mala. Trying to find Park. Much better this though from United, more threatening.
Malad's looked the most liveliest for me. She's moving across that front three, starting centrally, but likes to just wander out wide right as well. But you can see as well, PSG is starting to drop. They were playing in a sort of mid-block in those first 15 minutes of the game, stopping Manchester United getting in between those units and getting on the ball, but you can see they're dropping slightly into more of a lower block.
Riviere failed here by Olga Carmona. Even World Cup winners make a wrong step occasionally. In from Sandberg. Leticia was trying to get the flick on to keep the pressure alive. United might yet achieve that. Hinata Miyazawa. Fridolina Rolfo. Here's Sandberg. Change from the opening exchanges of the game. The match now being played in the half of the visitors.
Yeah, United having some sustained pressure, trying to put the high press on PSG.
The balance of cheers and boos seems to have swung a little bit in favour of the latter. But it's been a far from hostile environment for Mary Earps on her return. Jibadi. behind Lecter. And crucially, no other player in white arriving.
Yeah, that's unbelievable from PSG, isn't it? There was only one player in the box for PSG, Lecter, and that was played behind her.
How about that from Riviere? A mark of the confidence with which Manchester United are now playing, with something of a swagger, although there is a belief that they should have a free kick for Mbok's challenge on Nala.
Just seen that replay there from Riviere, just passes it back, and then, yeah, just takes Mallard out, doesn't she? Was it Abelin?
I think it was. Mbok was on the scene, but it is Abelin, the 17-year-old, with the robust challenge. Here comes Ajibade. George away before there was any danger of the ball reaching Lecter. Rolfo getting back to help out. And it will be a goal kick after the glance off Ajibade.
They're definitely PSG, it's their outlet. Ajibade on this right-hand side. Anything good that's happened for PSG has been through her. You'd say her deliveries into the box need to be better. She's not finding the players, but she'd want more players to try and find in the box for PSG as well.
Only thing missing from Manchester United's resurgence after a slow start in this game is a shot on target. And it's got to be the minimum next objective. George. Sander. Nala. Arujo. Rolfo. Miyazawa tenaciously in to try and poke the ball away from Kachawi. Riviere, that's excellent. Park. Three in the box waiting for a cross. If Park can deliver one, maybe Riviere instead. Earps comes, gets there pretty emphatically. And the opportunity that comes the way of Miyazawa sails into the Stretford end.
You could see what Miyazawa was thinking. As Mary Earps comes for this and punches, she's on the floor. Miyazawa's thinking, if I get my strike off early, my shot off early, it's in the back of the net, but it's off target, unfortunately, for Manchester United. So much better for them in this last 10 minutes, this spell that they're having. High press, winning the ball up nice and high. For me, though, they need to play the ball out to the flanks. It's really congested in those central areas.
Isabella for Echegini. Ajibade. Nodded away by Riviere. Mbok for Olga Carmona. Kachawi. Let the crowd tell you when Mary Earps is involved.
I'm telling you, in the warm-up, they lulled Mary Earps into a false sense of security. They cheered her. And as soon as the game happened, the boos happened.
Make her think she's still the queen of Old Trafford. Riviere is up for this in a big way tonight.
Yeah, she's playing really well on that right-hand side. Like to see her get forward. She can put some really good deliveries into the box if she gets to those high attacking areas for Manchester United.
Gruenin loitering to give Olga Carmona some assistance. Here is the former Manchester United midfielder. Sandberg running into Isabella.
Sandberg's unlucky not to get a free kick. You could clearly see she was getting pulled back. The referee allowed that to go ahead.
Mallard on the move and away from Mbok. Melvin Mallard! That is outstanding. A stroke of genius from Melvin Mallard to give Manchester United the lead. Mary Earps beaten by Manchester United's first shot on target of the night.
And here we can see, and it's Riviere. We said what a great game she's having. Mallard just onside, able to use her body fantastically well. Puts it on her left foot. I have to say, for me, Mary Earps has got no chance with that. It's great. She used that body exceptionally well to get past Mbok and curls it into that far corner. We said she's been lively. We said Riviere's been lively, and they're the two players who are involved in that first goal for Manchester United.
Short on goals in recent times, Melvin Mallard. She has saved it for the big occasion. Manchester United's first UEFA Women's Champions League game at Old Trafford, and she has struck a beauty to put them in front.
Yeah, she's made for these big games, Melvin Mallard. She loves it. Such a confident player, and that is going to give her even more confidence.
4 times Champions League winner with Lyon. Paris Saint-Germain can't say they don't know what she's capable of. They saw it in close quarters domestically for a while, and now they felt the full force of Mallard's tenacity, desire and eye for goal.
Yeah, she's their top goal scorer, Manchester United's top goal scorer this season. She started the season exceptionally well. You know, last season wasn't probably getting the start she wanted. But definitely this season has done, and tonight, what a great goal.
A goal worthy of the occasion. Manchester United 1-0 in front, the scoreline by which each of their Champions League games so far has finished. They'll want more tonight. Karchawi, Echegini. What sort of response from Paris Saint-Germain? Here's Gruenin. Olga Carmona. Jackie Gruenin. Karchawi. Just take the ball straight to Araujo, who doesn't have an outlet. Ebalin. Strong work. Ajibari. Shrugging off Sandberg, at least in the short term, but Sandberg recovering to concede the corner.
She does well eventually, Sandberg, because Ajibari, you think she's just gone past us, Sandberg's able to just put that strong tackle in to stop the delivery into the box.
Response from PSG to falling behind. Youngster with the corner. Laetitia got up. United have not got the ball emphatically away yet. Gruenen. That's a good touch. And Laetitia, right in front of her own goal, manages to get the ball away.
Right in there, look, they didn't get rid of that, did they? They didn't clear the lines. Then we just see that De Almeida, great touch, wasn't it? To put it onto a left foot, put the cross in. Laetitia just, you know, put that over a bar.
Will be disappointed to once again see his side behind in the Champions League, but Paulo Cesar's team have at least responded to Mallard's goal at the other end. Another defeat for Paris tonight would be their 7th in a row in the Champions League. Youngster's corner. Sandberg straight back to Youngster, who can deliver once more. United's defence creaking for a moment. Gruenen for Romain Youngster. And now United can eventually get the ball away. Maybe Jess Park has ambitions beyond just clearing upfield. Rolf Riggiotti on the move. Olga Carmona back to her goalkeeper.
Yeah, United just riding their luck a little bit there. Not clearing the lines. Bit of desperate defending. Just need to clear their head. Sometimes they say, don't they, when you've scored a goal, you're most vulnerable to concede. So just need to ride out these next couple of minutes.
United will be acutely aware that, yes, PSG were on the receiving end of a thumping on match day 1 against Wolfsburg, but they came up with a really spirited comeback against Real Madrid last time out from 2-0 down to get it back to 2-1 and very nearly got something from the game late on. They won't be put away easily by Manchester United tonight. For Rivière for Jess Park, free kick.
It's a nice phase of play there from Manchester United, moving the ball through the thirds, just keeping it at the back, and then they see an opening on that right-hand side. Jess Park makes a really good run, picks the ball up, and Almeida just catches her back foot.
One of English football's most elegant operators, Jess Park, and for a night such as these, you can understand why Mark Skinner decided her involvement from the first whistle was a necessity.
She's had such an impressive start to the season. So good on the ball, creative, looks for those passes in between the midfield and defence, in behind the back shoulder of the defenders.
It goes deep. PSG deal with it. Miyazawa. Laetitia. Park. Rivière, the player station. Zigutiolma up the line, and once again, just the sheer presence of Jess Park seems to be enough to unsettle PSG. Yellow card for their captain, Sakina Kachawi.
Yeah, Kachawi didn't know where Jess Park was, and She eventually could feel it, couldn't she, on her back shoulder, knew that she didn't do something Jess Park was going to be in. Just seeing here on the replay, yeah, she's all over it. Jess Park starting to come into the game now, causing problems definitely on that right-hand side for PSG. It's exactly what Mark Skinner will want in PSG's defending third. Waste a few more seconds up there.
Sigurti Oma and Sander, once again the two preparing to orchestrate this Manchester United set piece. They've got some significant targets to aim at. Sigurti. And then Park perhaps gets a little carried away with her growing influence on the game.
She wasn't set up correctly for that shot on her left foot there, Jess Park. Snatched at it. You could see she was leaning back as she struck the ball. Always going to go over the bar. It was good that Manchester United, you know, that Sigurti took that set piece. Sandbergs took a couple in swingers, not quite worked. That variety.
Sadly, Middleton Pretzel has not had a shot to save yet on the occasion of just her second appearance for Manchester United. The only other one was back in December, a Conti Cup tie against Newcastle United that Manchester United won 5-2. The fact that she's been able to watch on from a safe distance for a lot of this first half will have assisted in any settling of nerves. Chigini. Jibadi losing out in the race with Sander. Pressure on Almeida here, who's done well to find Isabella Chagas, who's got no change whatsoever out of Simia Rougeau.
And you can see why Mark Skinner's chosen to put Rougeau in that central area. She's strong, physical, matching up really well against the likes of Echegini and Abelin, who are very physical in that central area.
Gabby George for Maya Letitia. Park from deep, just beyond the reach of Rolf. Olga Carmona. Two minutes and change remaining in the first half. Isabella. Lukte. Ajibadi. Oh, that was an awkward one, which Middleton Patel does well to deal with. Scary moment.
Yeah, you can see here, Ajibadi doesn't catch it like she wants to. It's just going to nick him, wasn't it, in that front post? So Safi Middleton has to move her feet quickly. Deals with it, but concedes a corner.
Lukte delivers. This returns to her. Sandberg closing down. Vicious. George managing somehow by hook or by crook to get the ball clear. But not for long. PSG sensing a vulnerability about Manchester United.
There's a couple of times they've looked vulnerable. Just seeing this replay, this Luktier corner. There, it's coming back out, and the pressure from Sandberg's just not quick enough, in my opinion. They don't look as confident at the back with those balls whipping in, do they, Manchester United?
Mark Skinner's posture's relaxed, but I bet his heart rate isn't. The foul on Fridolino Rolfo just gives Manchester United a moment as the half draws towards its conclusion to catch their breath. But Byland's put herself about.
The referee is indicating a minimum of 3 minutes behind time.
Yeah, she just come across Rolfo there from, she was behind, but come through the side of her. But I agree, she's put a shift in her, Byland. You wouldn't think she was 17. She looks quite mature player, physical, athletic, good competition in that midfield area with Awujo.
George forward. It's on by Mala. Olga Carmona. Pinched away from her by Jess Park. He now just bides her time. Fridolino Rolfo. Maya and Sandberg. Well, maybe a case of the wrong player in the right position.
Good play, good pressure from Jess Park to win that ball up high. Now she's just driving at players, able to just release the ball into Awujo, and eventually it falls for Sandberg on this right-hand side. You can see what she's trying to do. She's thinking of curling it into the far corner. Hits it too straight in the end.
Karchawi. Towards Lichter. George. Only away as far as Adjabadi. Taken away by Zugiotti. Awujo can't carry the ball further away. Grun. Olga Carmona. A stunning PSG equaliser. It's taken a World Cup winner to come up with the extraordinary to level things up, just as it looked like Manchester United would make it to half-time with a lead.
The disappointing thing about this is it came from Manchester United. They had possession. I mean, it's a worldie of a finish. We're just seeing this again. We know Olga Carmona can do this. We've seen her do it for Spain time and time again. What a finish. What a strike into that far top corner.
2 high-caliber goals, but the one for PSG right on the stroke of half-time, scored by Olga Carmona. The first that Manchester United have conceded in the Champions League will mean that it's a half-time of some suffering for United after they'd worked hard to get themselves in front through Melvin Mayad's moment of individual brilliance. But just as it looked as though the 45 minutes would conclude with United in front, Olga Carmona came up with the extraordinary half-time at Old Trafford in the Champions League. Manchester United won, Paris Saint-Germain won.
Well, what's the first half it was here at Old Trafford. Manchester United thinking they had done enough to go in at the break in the lead, but that late stunner means that PSG have a lifeline and it is all square at the interval. Just a reminder then, this is part of a bumper week of Women's Champions League action, so let's bring you up to speed with everything that's happened so far on match day 3. Yesterday in Austria, Chelsea ran out 6-0 winners against St. Pölten, with Sam Kerr grabbing 2 goals for the Blues. Lyonnais made it 3 wins from 3 earlier today, champions Barcelona. Three times champions, Barcelona beat Leuven. Reigning champions Arsenal, though, lost 3-2 away at Bayern Munich. That was despite leading 2-0 in that game, and it's 1-0, here at Old Trafford after that late equaliser for PSG. I've been watching this one with Lucy Staniforth and Steph Horton. Steph, what did you make of that first half?
I think, to be honest, it was quite even. I think PSG started the brighter out of the two teams, but I think Man United have really grown into the game and really well deserved and taken the lead. And I think Man United have caused PSG a lot of problems with the likes of Mallard and Jess Park, but I think that's a bit of a sucker punch at the end in terms of conceding 2 minutes before the final whistle.
Yeah, Melvin Mallard had such a good first half, didn't she? And that goal that it concluded in was impressive.
Absolutely, yeah, she's a bag of tricks and a real handful for defenders. I think the way that Manchester United have got her some space and able to attack areas, I think that she's done fantastically, and she took a goal so well.
Yeah, she's been really impressive, hasn't she? Because she's played in a slightly different position, really.
Yeah, I think we're used to Mallard playing on the wing, but I think, especially today, I think playing in that number 9 position, I think she has really caused PSG a lot of problems. And Manchester United have been really clever and giving the ball early. I mean, she's really good at using the channels, running down the channels and creating the back four a lot of problems, but also coming in between the centre halves and allowing runs from the likes of Park and Rolfo in behind. So I've been really impressed. I think she's definitely been Manchester United's bright spark this half.
Yeah, she has, and PSG kind of at times didn't really know what to do with her.
No, and it's interesting because I'm sure that they would be familiar with each other, with them being French internationals, and Bach and Mallard. I think that the way that Mallard has taken to that role, and you can see that she's really matured in her performances, is she's really, really able to drive the team forward, especially at the beginning of the game when they were under a little bit of pressure.
But it did look like it was going to be the perfect first half, for Manchester United. But Olga Carmona had something to say about that. What a strike.
Yeah, I mean, I think for those that have watched the Euros and Spain over the last few years, she's definitely been one of their key players. And I think PSG, I think at this stage in the game, they were trying everything. But, I mean, when you've got such a quality player like Olga Carmona on the edge of the box with her left foot, I think there's nothing that anybody can do about that. Maybe Man United would be disappointed in terms of losing the ball and giving the ball away just before half-time, but ultimately when you have strikes like that, that's where you have the quality of player in the Champions League.
There were warning signs from PSG early on. They hit the post.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really, really good start from them, from Eshagini. She was able to create a little bit of half space in the middle of the pitch, and she had a really lovely strike. And obviously the pitch is really slick and wet tonight, so the way that she connected with that, it could have gone in. But yeah, I think that you can see what PSG are trying to do. They're trying to get these creative players into areas, but I think Manchester United have defended the box really well so far, and like Steph said, it's really unfortunate that they've conceded that goal. And
it's also been obvious they're trying to use that right-hand side, aren't they?
They definitely are, and I think Manchester United and PSG are trying to use the similar tactics. I think they've got attacking full-backs from both teams, and we know that Sandberg likes to attack, and PSG have got a lot of pace down that right-hand side, and they like to get bodies in the box. So this is been a pretty similar theme throughout the whole of the first half, in terms of when they have space, they put the ball in the space and they get players up to the ball and crosses into the box. But like Lucy said before, I think Patel's not had a save to make, in terms of, she's obviously conceded one goal, but in terms of saves and clear chances, she's not had that much work to do. But I think United dealt with this towards the end of the first half really well. I think that first 20 minutes they really kind of suffered because they were very attacking minded, but ultimately Sandberg's grown into this game and really defended so well.
This is a different challenge for Manchester United now, isn't it? This is the first goal that they've conceded in the Champions League this season. What will Mark Skinner be saying in there?
I think there's a lot of positives to take from the first half. I think they've looked controlled in possession, especially at the back. You can hear them from the sidelines saying, switch the ball, switch the ball. They're looking to probe and find those spaces. And I think it's about getting those dangerous players in the areas like we've seen in the first half. So Mallard and Park causing problems down that right-hand side especially. And I think the midfield have been really, really controlled in what they've been doing. They've been able to compete and they've been able to keep the ball ticking over when needed.
Yeah, you actually said, didn't you, pre-match when we were speaking off camera, when we talked about the fact Ella Toon wasn't playing, they've gone for a more physical midfield. Do you feel like that's been working?
I think so, because obviously Ella Toon's a massive name, and you're thinking, how's she not playing in this game? And
it's just behind us as well.
Yeah, and I think for me, she's a fantastic player and going to be a real impact for Manchester United in this second half. But what they've decided to do is put bigger players in the midfield.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah, it's a crazy time. It's mostly about how I've navigated struggles professionally and personally for my entire life. Some of it is difficult, some of it is challenging. It's hard for me to read back and was emotional for me to read back. But I hope that people will read it in its context, read the full story, feel that I've been fair. I've not written this book to tear anybody down in any way, shape or form. That's not who I am as a person. And I think that comes through in the book.
You start your story by talking about growing up and you know, some of the challenges that you had during your school years. And you know, you speak very openly, very candidly about the bullying that you had. I wonder how those experiences maybe influenced how you acted or thought in other situations throughout the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think I've been really open and vulnerable about so many different topics in the book. And to be honest, I think the bullying chapter was really hard for me to read back, actually. Yeah, I think I just assumed that people didn't like me for most of my life and career. I think I found it really challenging in team dynamics. I was used to not being liked in that sense, and if I spoke, then people would pick on me, so I just kind of got used to being quiet unless I was in an environment where I felt really comfortable to be myself. I didn't stand up for myself back then, and I think that my life has been about trying to find that strength to stand up for myself in different ways, being authentic to who you are, standing up for what you believe in, even if you have to stand alone.
I think part of the reaction that came out was around perhaps surprise at the rapid decline in relationship with Serena that you maybe described towards the end of your England career. Were you surprised by the reaction to that, and you know, what did you kind of maybe expect or hope that people might have felt by reading those kind of personal stories?
I think first and foremost, I didn't see it as a rapid decline in the relationship. I saw it as us having different perspectives on different things and us navigating that in a professional relationship. And I think that my relationship with Serena I look back on with so many fond memories. And even there were things that happened in the summer that I wish had happened differently, of course. And I think women's football has entered into a space which has come a little bit into entertainment. And so then your life gets picked apart for people's amusement sometimes. But it's not amusing, you know.
Do you have any regrets of anything that's happened?
Not at the moment. Hindsight is a beautiful thing, and I'd maybe do some things differently with the information I have now. But I don't think I have regrets at this point in time. I think that's what football's taught me a lot about, is how close you are between winning and losing. And you can be a hero in one person's eyes and a villain in another. And hopefully I can just, continue to try and be the best version of myself as a player, but also as a person. And I don't think you should have any regrets in life, regardless of what the outcome is.
So what's the next steps for Marriott? So you're going to be an England fan?
I'm always an England fan. I don't know what's next. I think life changes quickly. Life changes all the time.
Yeah, you can speak English. We've been practicing.
I'm just trying to continue to grow as a player and as a person, and I feel like I live in an incredible place and I get to do an incredible job that I love. And, you know, I have really incredible people in my life and I have a lot to be thankful for. So, yeah, hopefully I've got a few more things in the locker, but you'll have to wait and find out.
But for now, Mary Earps' focus is firmly on proceedings here at Old Trafford. It is poised finally, 1-1 between Manchester United and PSG. The first goal that United have conceded in this season's Champions League. Let's get you back to your commentary team now to find out how this second half plays out. Lindsay Johnson is joined by Stephen Wyeth.
Kelly, thank you. Brilliantly for the second half.
It is. I think it's been a really good game of football.
Of Safia.
Get him, Jess Park, on the ball, get in those half spaces in between the defensive back four and those midfield players and run at the players, get the ball out wide, but they've got to be clinical in front of goal. We've seen how dangerous PSG are. You know, they've got dangerous players who can score goals as well.
Mary Earps was one of the first out ahead of the second half and once again took some acclaim from the Manchester United supporters on the opposite side of the field to us. That mood may well change whenever she gets involved in the second half, because that was the pattern of the game in the opening 45. So here we go. It does feel like a big 45 minutes to come. Can Paris Saint-Germain get their first win of this Champions League phase. Can Manchester United get themselves back in front and get themselves to that maximum 9 points so far at the midway stage of the group? First bit of PSG pressure. Not too bad. Oh, they've worked this really well, PSG. And that's a wonderful save. Middleton Patel onto the post when it looked like Enes Abailin would fire Paris in front.
Fantastic save from Safi Middleton Patel. That was struck with some power and venom. Lovely play by PSG in that box for Manchester United, but fantastic double-handed save from Safi Middleton Patel.
The first minute of the second half. PSG now with the resulting corner. Ball not away, not immediately at least. There have been some uncertain moments in front of their own goal for Manchester United. But it won't be another corner to defend. Araujo has managed to turn that into a goal kick.
They've not looked comfortable, Manchester United, with those balls delivered in from that wide right area. Not clearing the lines with confidence and certainty.
United can't say they haven't been on the receiving end of an early second half warning. Feels like something tonight is important for Manchester United. A couple of really tough games to come away at Wolfsburg and then at home to Lyon. On the back foot early on in this second half, and Sandberg has done well to resist the pressure. And in the end, after some consideration, it will be a United goal kick.
Yeah, the ref was looking at the lineswoman. The lineswoman was looking at the ref. And eventually they came to the decision. Goal kick.
The save that Safi Middleton Patel has come up with in the opening few seconds of this second half has somewhat justified her involvement. Not sure how bad the injury for Fallon is, but clearly bad enough to give a young goalkeeper her first taste of this sort of occasion. Laetitia. Here's Riviere. Zigiotti. George. Sandberg. Wolfe. Araujo. Turning away from two. Groenen manages to get the ball clear.
I've seen that a couple of times with Araujo. She does all the hard work, uses her body exceptionally well to get in between the PSG players. Just that final ball, can't find a United player.
Ismail Laetitia. Bezawa. Sandberg for Rolfe. Ferdinand Rolfe, a two-time winner of this competition with Barcelona. Laetitia entirely aware of her own strength.
May Laetitia just overhits that. You can see what she was trying to do. Riviere had started to make that run high up the pitch in that right-hand side flank. There's too much on that from Laetitia.
It was Abailin's 1-2 with Lecter that looked destined for the back of the net until Middleton Patel intervened.
Great save. Really had to stand up for it. It was just moving away from her as well, so had to get strong hands to that, and she surely did.
Sigiotioma with the stabbed pass forward. Jabadi a long way back inside her own half. Here's Abailin, pinched away from her by Arujo. Abailin immediately winning it back, but giving it to Park. Arujo was not expecting Park to be so selfless.
Just not on the same page. And we've seen that this season. Jess Park links up so well with the likes of Alatoon, but not with Arujo in that scenario.
Abailin for Olga Carmona. Kachawi on the move. Middleton Patel judging her charge off the line well.
Read it well, Safi Middleton Patel. Again, every minute she is on this pitch just gives her more confidence.
Rulfo, flag immediately raised. That was a situation for Fridolina Rolfo that looked too good to be true.
A really good defensive back line. And the back three for PSG then, led by De Almeida. French international, bags of experience for France.
Kachal. The impressive Vanessa Abailin. De Almeida. Isabella. Griezmann. Achibari. Olga Carmona pinched away by Park. Mala off De Almeida, and I think Melvin Mala knew that the flag was going to be raised because it wasn't intended as a pass from Park.
A really good high press from Jess Park, but you can see Mallard on that replay in that offside position. Half-hearted, knew the flag was going to go up.
It could be that the end result here is a Manchester United free kick for the foul on Park. That is just, I think, what the Hungarian referee Katalin Kochar is explaining to the two skippers. There was a lot to unpick there. Well, I was offside, but she became offside as a consequence of Park getting wiped out.
Yeah, I agree, and every time Park gets on the ball, you can see that the PSG team are just dropping off her. It was a heavy touch, though, from Jess Park.
United might have also benefited here from a bit of benevolence from the official, because I think this free kick is going to be taken from a decent chunk of distance further forward than where the foul took place.
It's a good spot, Steve.
Opportunity knocks for Manchester United. Sigiotioma is there, so too Anna Sandberg. It will be Sandberg, who can find only the gloves of Mary Ups.
It's disappointing from Manchester United. Set pieces, particularly free kicks. Manchester United have had a number of wide free kicks. That one, not central, dangerous area. Too easy into Mary Ups' hands.
Letitia. One of the numerous survivors, Letitia, of the previous meetings between these sides, which came in qualifying for the Champions League in 2023. PSG prevailing by 4-2 over 2 legs. Park. Arujo. Nearly for Rolfo. Would have been, but for Isabella. Carmona, Kina Karchawi.
Big players, Olga Carmona and Karchawi for PSG. And you would say definitely Karchawi. We've not really seen much of her this evening.
North of 90 games in the Champions League's worth of experience between those two. United standing off Mary Earps when she's got the ball, not looking to ruffle her feathers, at least not at the moment. I wonder whether that might change. The footballer who is, shall we say, somewhat encouraged the spotlight in recent times with a really controversial serialised autobiography. So one of the reasons she left Manchester United to move to Paris Saint-Germain was to escape the crazy of England. Beckoned it back towards her in the last couple of weeks. Park. Zigiotti, who's been neat and tidy and has found Jess Park. Let's it back from Arujo. Park. Lovely balance. Sandberg. And Fridolina Rolfo heads Manchester United back in front. Yet another outstanding goal. This one all about a team functioning quite brilliantly.
Unbelievable team goal for Manchester United. Jess Park massively involved in that goal as well. You can see her here, just there, lays it off to Arujo. But it's her footwork here, rolls her foot over the ball, just you'll see it. Look, and this ball in front, Sandberg. And if you want it to land to anybody in the area, it's Rolfo with her stature. Right into the back of the net there. She's just in the right place. Lovely flick into that top corner. What a team goal by Manchester United.
We have been treated to the eye-catching. 3 very different goals, but all certainly newsworthy, each to their own. Fridolina Rolfo, the most experienced Champions League campaigner on the pitch, has scored her 21st in the competition. Is this lead Manchester United's second of the night, one that they can cling on to? And Mary Earps with a demonstration for the first time tonight, having been beaten twice from 2 efforts on target, that there's a little bit of pressure.
There is on this PSG side. They need the win tonight, or at least a point from this game. A loss tonight really makes it difficult for them. What a goal from Manchester United. I'd love to see Rolfo's movement as well. But she comes back across into the 6-yard box, creating space.
Riviere. Miyazawa. Manchester United know that PSG can come back at them. Chigini with the ball forward. Middleton Patel. Again, admirably taking responsibility for that situation. Arujo. Mallard. purposeful. Vilamala. It took a deflection, and that makes it a good save from Mary Earps. Otherwise, United would have been 3-1 up.
Excellent transition from Manchester United. Here, Vilamala just attacking Olga Carmona. Fantastic save from Mary Earps. As you say, it took a deflection. She had to just move her feet quickly, get down nice and quick into that far corner. Definitely going into the back of the net.
First demonstration of the night in PSG colours of what Manchester United got used to during her 5 years wearing their shirt. Sandberg. Earps is there again, this time with the more straightforward to gather the header from George. Morning. But fortunate that Vilamala, that made its way back to Mary Earps. Well, before tonight, the only other goal that Manchester United have conceded in Europe this season was the first leg defeat wearing the wrong boots against Bruna. A deficit they recovered from in the second leg. PSG, through Olga Carmona, scored right at the end of the first half to level things up. And they will be determined to do so again, otherwise it will be 3 defeats from 3 for them at the start of this new look Champions League phase. Became accustomed to this format in the men's Champions League last season, but unlike the men who play 8 teams, it's 6 games for the women in the league phase, so we will be midway through the league phase of the competition after tonight.
And if United can get the win tonight, then you know, what an unbelievable start for the first time that they've been in the Champions League proper. You know, historic moment for them.
Awuja. Well, here comes the first substitution of the night. Merve Kanjinga. One of those to drop out of the starting lineup is coming on. And it is Joe Eshagini who is withdrawn. Eshagini is a versatile player. Been playing in midfield more often than not for Paris this season. Started as part of their front 3 tonight. Kanjinga is much more a focus of an attacking unit, and she's gone over to the right-hand side with Ajibade coming to the left, and Lecter will continue to play through the middle. Riviere back to her goalkeeper, and it's off in Bok for the throw.
Yeah, Kanjinga, she'll be another dangerous threat on that right-hand side. She's a goal threat, she's got pace. She tries to exploit pace in behind, so, like you say, she's gone straight over to that right-hand side, so Sandberg again has got another player she's got to deal with.
A towering leap, but with plenty of contact on Awujo, and that's why it'll be a free kick.
She gets some height, doesn't she? But at the same time, she takes Awujo out. It's been a great battle with those two in central midfield, but I think I mentioned it in the first half. It's hard to believe that Abeilin is only 17. I think she's been one of the standout players for PSG so far in this game.
Will there be a menace? Her career continues on an upward trajectory. First full season playing senior football. Letitia for Park, whose brilliance in the build-up to United's second goal cannot be overstated. And you can see that Paris are worried about her.
She's such a difficult player to play against. She's got that low centre of gravity, really close control of the ball. If you get too tight on her, she just spins you as well.
Rivière, Park, and again, Araujo. Manchester United are not sticking, they are twisting, they're going for a third goal.
Jess Park, they're massively involved, and I think their link-up play, Jess Park and Araujo, is definitely progressing in this game. You can see the connection there between the two players. Araujo, though, had the power, but the direction straight at Maria was comfortable for her.
Chawi's layoff, pounced upon by Rolfo, looking for the other goal scorer, Malak. Letitia, wonderful control, killed it dead. Zigiotti, Park, Zigiotti. Growth. Fouled. Well, the decision was going to go the other way, and instead it's the PSG advantage. Vanessa Balin has stayed down, and now we do get the stoppage.
It's a coming together of the two players. I don't really see it as a foul on a violin, but I can see how she's fell awkward. She extends that left leg, overextends the knee, plants it, takes the impact there.
Very popular Manchester United change, not because Simi Araujo has done anything wrong, but one of Manchester United's legacy players is into the action. Ella Toon, perhaps surprisingly left out of the starting lineup, is on to play the final quarter of the contest.
I think Araujo's been fantastic tonight. She's been very impactful in that central midfield, playing up against Eibelin in that central midfield. Great duel in there, put a real shift in. But then you've got the creative player of Ella Toon coming onto the pitch, offers something different for Manchester United.
And immediately some energy. Is this part of the plan all along? The violin, thankfully okay after that coming together with Rolfo. It was no more than that. To Malak. Almeida was quickly across, but the ball still very nearly ended up at the feet of Ella Toon.
PSG now rushed on the ball, they're making mistakes, giving the ball away cheaply. And United, really good energy at the moment, looking to hit them on that front foot and pick up any of those second balls.
Kachawi. At some point PSG are going to have to commit themselves to getting an equaliser, and that might play into United's hands. Jibari, Lukte, Kachawi, Bailin, Isabella forward, looked at. Laetitia away. Considering Paris Saint-Germain only missed out on being top seeds in this competition because Arsenal were the reigning champions and Manchester United were a top 4 team in the draw, it would be quite a turn-up if it was 3 wins from 3 for Manchester United at the start of the competition and 3 defeats from as many games for PSG. That's the state of play with 19 minutes of stoppage time to be navigated. Kachawi. Grönin for Isabella. Looked at. Well, no one really covered themselves in glory there, but Manchester United have got the ball away.
Good, but a fantastic cross-field ball by Jackie Grönin there. And Isabella put that cross into the box, but like you say, Leclerc couldn't get on the end of it.
Olga Carmona. A demonstration already tonight of her quality. Krejenbok. Easily gathered by Middleton Patel.
Just seen this ball from Grönin again. It's a really dangerous ball in from Isabella. Possibly Leclerc was just slightly put off by Maya Letitia.
Middleton Patel is cleared only to Grönin. Problems here for Manchester United. Well, at least there might have been if Kajinga could have got anywhere nearer the target than that with the shot.
She just goes past Sandberg, and I think that shot is hit with some frustration, maybe, of not starting, possibly.
So a couple of changes for Paris Saint-Germain. Tante Diakite is coming on. So too Tara Alimbi-Gilbert. So another 2 of those that dropped out of the starting lineup into the action in place of Adjibadi and Grönin.
Some fresh legs, I think that's what he's got to do. Paulo Cesar, he's got to get some players on, some fresh legs, energy. They need something from this game tonight.
Manchester United won't necessarily be disappointed to see the back of Rashida Adjibadi, who was the main thorn in their side in the first half in particular. Mallard didn't get a touch, he does now, getting the ball back from Toon. United want a free kick. And then as Diakite plays the ball forward, it strikes the referee. So we will get a PSG drop ball once we work out what's wrong with Melvin Mallard.
Does Mbok just catch her on the back of her heel? Or that's the well-known stretch for cramp. And she has put a shift in Melvin Mallard.
Well, Manchester United are making changes. Leah Galton and their leading goal scorer Elizabeth Terland are coming on. And it's the 2 goal scorers who are being withdrawn. Rolfo with the goal that's got Manchester United 2-1 up. Mallard in the first half, who had them 1-0 up. Terland, leading goal scorer in qualifying for the Champions League this season with 7, but she's found them a little bit harder to come by since.
2 strong players to bring on at this stage in the game. Leah Galton obviously comes on as that left wide player, but He's definitely got defensive qualities as well, so can help out and support Sandberg.
Bolton is another that started the games between these sides 2 years ago at the start of the Champions League. On that occasion, Manchester United not making it through to the big show, which is why this is such an incredible achievement for them this season to have got in amongst the very best in Europe for the first time. A challenge there on Kachawi results in a free kick. Manchester United were one of just 5 sides with a perfect record coming into this round of Champions League matches. They are a shade under quarter of an hour away from maintaining that extraordinary record, and what a run of results it would be to take to one of the most famous names in the land in terms of women's European football. Wolfsburg away is United's next game. They could travel to Germany believing anything's possible. Turland, for a moment there was thought she might be penalised, but it will be a United throw rather.
And this is what they want at this stage in the game. Just to be in PSG's half, try and get possession of the ball.
Glanced on, kept in play. PSG are panicking here. Earps taking time from her goalkeeping responsibilities to question the lineswoman's judgment.
I think Mary Earps has a point. It did look like it just went over that byline.
Not one to keep her opinions to herself, is she?
Nice and vocal, Mary Earps.
Interestingly, Mark Skinner ahead of the game said he welcomed that about Mary Earps' character. He was never left wondering what she was thinking.
I think it's a trait of all goalkeepers.
Elimbe Gilbert. George had got across to judge that really well.
I think she's had a really good, solid game tonight, Gabby George. You just see here, Kajinga this time going past Sandberg. Excellent covering. That's exactly what you want from your centre-back. Supporting your left-back.
PSG corner. What can they do with it? Of course, no shortage of confusion is what they were able to achieve.
Just haven't looked comfortable with these crosses or deliveries in that 18-yard box. Not clearing the lines with conviction, Manchester United.
Skewed out of play by Miyazawa. Does the pressure on Manchester United intensify now? Toon. Miyazawa. And intercepted by Mbok. Ebailin. Kajinga. Take forward by Kachawi, Miyazawa, Riviere getting it away. Turlin finds the pass though was beyond her reach.
She's a willing runner, Turlin, so you know, she does enough there for the ball to then be forced back to Mary Earps. That's what Mark's going to be asking her to do off the ball.
Yeah, with the situation as it is, it's not necessarily time to worry that Elizabeth Tairland has just 1 goal in her last 9 Manchester United appearances. There are other attributes that she can offer. Kajinga sends the ball into an unoccupied Manchester United penalty area from a Paris point of view. Sandberg, who has got through quite a lot of work, to be fair to her tonight, is feeling the effects of it.
Yeah, I agree. She's worked really hard on that left-hand side. The first half with Adejabidi, and now Kajinga on that right-hand side. Just looking at that first goal from Mallard. What a finish and what a celebration as well. And then spectacular finish from Olga Kimona to make it 1-1. Great technique. This was just a brilliant team goal, wasn't it? Rolfo with that lovely header to finish it off.
She thinks Manchester United might be employing some dark arts, with Sandberg receiving treatment for cramp. Doesn't bear thinking about from a Paris point of view, does it, though? The situation they would find themselves in hosting Bayern next week, with still 0 points to show for their efforts. Paulo Cesar would bite your hand off for at least 1 from this evening's game.
I agree. It's the table. If they can't get a point from tonight, then the table will look bleak from their point of view.
They would remain down amongst the sides outside of the top 12, who would be eliminated from the league phase. Top 4 go straight through to the quarterfinals. Next 8 through to the knockout playoff rounds to join those teams in the last 8. Riviere. That's a foul. A challenge well drawn, experience and nous from Jada Riviere.
Yeah, she's very good at that, Jade Riviere. You can see just there. There, she just comes in, touches the ball, knows how to make a meal of it, but really that ball across the back 4 from Gabby George, who I think's had a fantastic game, shouldn't have been played.
Off goes Isabella. And Morissin is the player introduced. They are made of 4. Harmless from a Manchester United point of view. And the seconds are ticking against PSG. George away. And Manchester United as a club hope that in decades to come this night at Old Trafford will be seen as a landmark night in the club's history. Is it going to be a winning night though? PSG are doing everything in their power to prevent it being so. Elimbe Gilbert putting pressure on Riviere. Corner kick. Romain Lecter. Across to take. It's gone all the way through. No touch. And Manchester United survive yet again from a set piece that they have failed to deal anything like sufficiently with.
Yeah, I think it's Dear Katie. She's gone on the back shoulder of Riviere. And again, they need to switch on. They've got, you know, a number of minutes left in this game. Got to switch on if they want the 3 points.
In excess of 18,000 inside Old Trafford for this first ever UEFA Women's Champions League game at the Theatre of Dreams. And that justifies the switch. Half again what could have been held at Lee Sports Village. Oh, that is not a great clearance by Letitia. Will United pay a heavy price? Elimbe Gilbert couldn't get the shot away cleanly.
What a tackle from Riviere. Uncharacteristically given away by Letitia, but a well-timed tackle by Riviere.
A demonstration of just how intense the pressure has become. Deep with the corner again. That has been the approach from Lecter, but it's behind off Kachawi for a goal kick.
United need to get possession of the ball or move the ball higher up the pitch. Ride out these last few minutes.
Not quite ready for the encore. Olga Carmona. Elimbe Gilbert. Diakite. Olga Carmona with the direct approach. George backpedaling. Not only did well to get ahead to the ball, but to find Miyazawa as well.
Good work from George. She kept an eye on it all the way. Good clearance from Miyazawa.
Terlin. Free kick. Great centre-forward play. Drawing and Bock into the foul.
Exactly that, and that's what Terlin can do. Bock fell for it. Terlin wins that free kick at a really important point in this game, wastes some more precious seconds.
Jess Park departs. It's a raucous applause. And how about this for a bit of experience to get you over the line? Rachel Williams on to ease United to the final blows of the whistle.
And she's come straight onto that centre-forward position, put Terland out wide right. She will cause havoc up there for Manchester United, Rachel Williams.
Immediately wins a header. Colton can't prevent it going behind.
Great player to bring on, Rachel Williams, the experience she has. She's such a physical player, a willing runner, and can score goals.
Hasn't started a game for Manchester United this season, but she didn't necessarily expect to at the age of 37.
She's what is now known as a finisher.
Into 6 minutes of additional time. A nervy half dozen for Manchester United to see out. PSG scored in first half stoppage time. Up to the dying embers of the game. have to offer them. Here's Toon. Launch forward. Header won by Letitia. Elimbe Gilbert. Lecter. Shot charge down. Here's Olga Carmona. Blocked away. Riviere. Outstanding from start to very nearly finish for Manchester United tonight. Zigliotti with a crazy swing and a miss. She missed it so badly, there wasn't even a feather of a touch. It will be a United throw.
Wow, she missed it badly that the wind took it, because it definitely looked like it came off her, but... And you need composed heads in this situation. You need to ride out these 4 or 5 minutes. This is where your experienced players, the likes of Rach Williams.
That is bombarding play from Williams, doing the necessary, getting the ball up the line and getting the ball away from a threatening area.
She's like a bulldozer, isn't she, Rach Williams? And she puts her head in places that I wouldn't.
The smile on your face there, we've seen 3 exceptional goals tonight, but the happiest I've seen on your face was Rachel Williams bombarding her way down the touchline in stoppage time.
I love it. It's old school, isn't it? And she plays with a smile on her face, and you know, to bring her on in this stage of the game, and she's a fantastic player.
Turland, that's handball. The launch from Earps. The sliding win from Diakite. De Almeida. Elimbe Gilbert. As the ball reared up at her. 2. Can Manchester United make it stick to a red shirt? Williams. Out of play off Diakite.
That's what she does, that's what she's been brought on for, to use her physical strength, cause a little bit of havoc, waste some precious seconds for Manchester United.
Time is running out for Paulo Cesar and his team. Albeit for what is seen as an unnecessary delay of the game. Maya Letitia takes a yellow card for the team. Two-thirds of the way through the stoppage time. How are your nerves? Mbok forward. Lecter. Letitia throwing herself at the ball. Elisa de Almeida. Ticking towards now or never for Paris Saint-Germain. Leah Galton trying to make sure that it's going to be never. It's a nice idea, just beyond the reach of goal. Seconds away, Mark Skinner and his team. And that will assist their cause, no end. Wasteful from PSG. And I think Paulo Cesar has accepted his and his team's fate.
It's those clinical moments just haven't happened for PSG tonight. They've had opportunities, they've created chances, they've looked dangerous, but just not being clinical in that final third.
Middleton Patel will hope that's the last she sees of the ball. Olga Carmona forward. George. Riviere. Well, Manchester United were appealing for a free kick. I thought Riviere was fouled. Referee immediately shaking her head to say no. Uncertainty as to just how much more time we're going to play.
PSG had the ball.
And Mary Earps has come out to take control of the situation. At least she was going to. It is an uncontested drop ball, but the skipper Kachawi is going to take responsibility. Charged down quickly by Turland. Toon. Miyazawa. Now trying to halt Kachawi. Sandberg's there, George as well. Manchester United's night of history is a victorious night at Old Trafford. Their first Women's Champions League game here ends in a win that makes it 3 from 3 at the start of the league phase. A night of sparkling goals and sheer dogged determination from the hosts to get themselves over the line. They remain perfect in the Champions League at the expense of one of the biggest names in the game. Paris Saint-Germain remain without a point, but what a job done by Mark Skinner and his team to spoil Mary Earps' return to Old Trafford with Paris Saint-Germain. Beaten twice by 2 different but exceptional goals. Manchester United have beaten PSG at Old Trafford by 2-1.
Yes, victorious scenes here at Old Trafford as Manchester United celebrate another win in the Champions League. All celebrations on the pitch. I've been joined to watch this one by Steph Horton and Lucy Stanifor. Firstly, Lucy, brilliant scenes here, and that was so deserved, wasn't it, for Manchester United?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was such an
lollipops. Fresh in the morning, welcome to my candy shop. Mirukurate flavors on your lips. Sweet combinado going on a bubble tea trip. Going on a bubble tea trip. Sugar in my pick-up mix. Your eyes when me I die. Skin up in the show, you know floating on the clouds. water under us, flooding my head, spinning round and round. Middle could have the flavors on your lips. Sweet lemonade going on a bubble tea trip. Fly away, sweet girl honey, can I stay with you? It's your demo. Fly away, sweet girl honey, can I stay? Then my head spinning round and round. Going on a bubble tea trip.
to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind, joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second, I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. There's joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. There's joy in my heart, no one can take away. I'm just here to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind, joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second, I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. There's joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. There's joy in my heart, no one can take away.
nothing better than being with you. These days they're driving me wild. I can't get you out of my head. Got an addiction to your ways, baby. There's nothing better than the days we share. Oh, I feel it, and oh, I feel the loving from you, and oh, I feel good, and oh, chasing. Oh, I wasn't waiting for you, wasn't waiting for you. Yeah, I was just wasting. Oh, my time living without you, time living without you. Yeah, like a rocket on a planet, that's how I feel. You're so gorgeous and you know it, you can't be real. And you use it to confuse me, but in the best ways. You make my day. Baby, keep loving, keep loving me just like you do it, like you do it, like you hit don't live, so we keep growing just like we do it, like you do it, like you. But we can go through, 'cause I want it like you want it too. Don't get insecure, baby, I like you sure, baby, 'cause that's the only way to build something amazing. And there's gonna be some bad wishes from people that don't really understand the feeling that we have. There's gonna be some bad wishes from people that don't really understand this what we have. Like you do it, like you do it, like you hit don't live, so we keep growing just like we do it, like you do it, like you. Be some bad wishes from people that don't really understand the feeling that we have. There's gonna be some bad wishes from people that don't really understand this that we have. Oh, baby, keep loving, keep loving me just like you do it, like you do it, like you hit don't live, so we keep growing just like we do it, like you do it, like you. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. both shaking out pictures of us. I never realized what I have lost. Now I know it and it is so insane how I treated this like a game. You were my help when no one else were there to share affection. So let's try again. I'll go anywhere. Just send me your location to bring back when we were more than happy. Jokes and laughing, trust and loving.